Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 23rd meeting of Chico Unified School District. The board is now going into closed session. There have been no comments submitted for a closed session, so we'll see you back here in about an hour. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the June 23rd meeting of Chico Unified School District. We have been in closed session, and I would like to report out an action taken in closed session. The board voted with 4 yeses and 1 absent. Absent member was Caitlin Dalby, to ratify a settlement agreement to resolve a special education due process complaint filed against the district. Pursuant to the agreement, the district will establish a compensatory education fund in the amount of $7,500 for use by student for educational services, transportation, and/or attorney fees. Under the express terms of the agreement, the board's ratification of the agreement does not constitute an admission of liability by the district. Thank you. Okay, would everyone stand for the flag salute, please? Do we know where the flag is? Mr. Shepherd, I did not realize that in the absence of a flag, you were to face east. That's new information. Ah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Daly, the superintendent's report.
Yes, and I do want to apologize for the lack of a flag, but it's the CFA is now being used for performances, so we have groups coming in, so our regular setup is getting moved, so that is something we have to make sure that we definitely have in place in the future. We have made the transition to summer, but that does not mean that we don't have a lot going on. So, one thing I wanted to mention was our summer school, thanks to encouragement from the board to really reach out and encourage families to have students do some summer school work. We have in our elementary sessions for June, we have 718 students enrolled in summer school. For July, we have 291. And for our August session, we have 653. And they've been attending, over a 90% attendance rate coming to our elementary summer school sessions. So I think the kids are happy to be back, and the families are very happy to have them back.
I was going to put this in announcements, but I'll just say it now. My kids are in summer school and absolutely having the time of their life over at Parkview. So Ms. Godinez and Ms. Fuentes and all the staff are doing a great job over there.
Awesome. Yep. Glad to hear that. At our secondary level, we have 528 enrolled in 912 summer school, 70 enrolled in our junior high school summer school credit recovery, and 20 in our middle school science camp, and even had some already complete welding camp. At our early back, we're still enrolling because that'll happen right before school starts. But our extended year with our special education students, we have 336 students enrolled. So, while it is summer vacation, there's a lot of people that are still working hard to meet the needs of kids. And I just want to thank them for giving their time and being here. And I'm really glad to hear our students are enjoying that. The only other item I wanted to mention is the mask policy for Chico Unified. We are still waiting to hear from both the federal government and the state as to what their plans will be when students return to school in the fall. At this particular point, for those students that are in summer school, they can unmask while they are outdoors, but they do still need to wear masks indoors. For the adults, So if you're at the district office, the courtyard, a school board meeting, as long as you have been vaccinated, you can be unmasked. If you have not been vaccinated, you still do need to wear a mask. So that's where we stand right now. We are hoping for some updated guidance on K-12 very, very soon. We've been told within a week. So fingers crossed that that comes through. And with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Superintendent Staley. Announcements. Do we have any announcements? Yes, Mr. Baltima.
So we just wanted to inform the board and the public that we're working with Butte County Public Health to provide vaccination clinics to students over age 12. Their parents must be present with them. But we'll be doing that at Chico High School and Marigold Elementary since we have the construction here at Pleasant Valley. We are just working through the facility use agreement, and we hope to offer those first dose because it would be a Pfizer. First dose would be July 13th and 14th, second dose August 3rd and 4th. So it's an opportunity, it's not a requirement, but it's an opportunity for our students and others in our school environment to receive a vaccination they like. So we want to thank Butte County Public Health for reaching out, working with INLO. So I want to also point that out. INLO is also supporting this entire vaccination clinic idea.
Thank you.
I just want to add in there that this is not a requirement. This is just an opportunity for people, just like we did early in the year for staff. It's an opportunity for those that wish to receive the vaccination to receive the vaccination, and the vaccinations are now available for ages 12 and up. So this won't be just for students. We also hope to be able to any adults that wish to get vaccinated as well.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Kelly, can you repeat, or Kevin, the school's sites? I mean,
Chico High School, we believe we'll be using the Lincoln Center, and Marigold Elementary using the multipurpose room. Ideally, we would have been here at Pleasant Valley High School to be offering it the same at our two high schools. However, with the construction going on this site, we didn't feel it'd be prudent to invite people into that area. So, Marigold Elementary.
Thank you. Okay, next is items from the floor. We do have 3 people that have signed up for items from the floor. We'll be making the first call now. Mr. Shepherd?
Thank you. I'll be calling Jessica Montgomery. I was switched to voicemail. Okay, next I'll be calling Gina Bax. Hello, is this Gina? Gina, can you hear me? Gina, can you hear me? Okay, you're going to be addressing the school board. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. If you hear a bell, it means you have 30 seconds left, okay? All right. Go ahead, Gina.
Hi, how are you? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, they can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you with a little echo. Okay, so I can start talking?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so hi guys, my name is Gina Bax, and I am a mother of 5 kids. I recently have to transfer one of my kids to a private school because the public school system couldn't offer what my kids needed. So we've been through the whole post-COVID experience, including the foreclosure of our schools, the mask mandate, etc. And now we have to deal with the critical race theory. And I'm just wondering, according to you guys, when is it going to be enough? Like, how long do you guys think parents should stay quiet and gracefully agree to the sexual explicit curriculums, the LGBTQ agendas, climate change, equity, and your obsession with race and social justice subject without getting called racist, sexist, Islamophobic, judgmental, crazy, homophobic, and white supremacist? By the way, I'm Latina. I am an immigrant, and I still get called white supremacist. I don't know why. Anyway, our kids are failing the basic standards of education, but you guys are more concerned about how to deconstruct the racial and sexual identities and rank our kids into their power and privilege. Please educate me on how dividing groups between oppressed and oppressors is going to help our kids to intellectually compete in the real world, or how offering diversity coalitions workshops to teachers will help them to improve their teaching skills. Your diversity coalition training should be offered to individuals pursuing a career as diversity trainers, or maybe political activists. As an immigrant, I feel very sad about what is going on in our public system, and the fact the majority of the board supports CRT is one more reason for this recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. And our last speaker is identified as CK and is in person tentatively. CK.
Yes, that person is here. Thank you.
I'm nervous. I'm a credentialed teacher. I have a multiple subjects credential, physical education credential with supplements in health and science. And I'm here just to talk about the health and safety of our students. And I realize one of the things I'm going to mention is coming out before this could happen, but I kind of want to get a start on it before it could happen, which the way things are going, I mean, it's very likely that what I'm going to talk about could happen. The safety of our students should always be our first priority, and decisions that affect their health should not be made. Can I take this off? Yeah. Okay, because I need my glasses. It's kind of dark in here. Should not be made out of fear. Children are not getting sick or dying from COVID, so it would be unnecessary and unwise to vaccinate mass children, especially since this is experimental. It's a biologic experiment. We do not have long-term studies on it. We don't know what's going to happen. And you're right, it should be a choice. And I think it should continue to be a choice even down the road. No matter what the government says, I think that as a parent and a grandma, I will fight for the health and safety of my family, my children, my grandchildren. The World Health Organization, it was just on Newsmax yesterday or the day before, has announced that children should not be vaccinated at this time. I don't think they should be at all for quite some time. There's not enough evidence on the use of vaccines against COVID-19. Furthermore, the FDA has not yet approved this experimental biologic vaccine, so-called vaccine. In addition, this ongoing mask mandate is not emotionally, mentally, or physically healthy for our children. I agree with everything the last parent said. I think it takes a lot of courage, especially as a credentialed teacher, because I know that there's a lot of people that will be against what I'm saying, and that could keep me from getting future jobs. I don't care. The health and safety of children is far more important to me than me having a job. It was recently said on, which group was it, that they could take off the mask if they'd been vaccinated, but also to stop cleaning everything. Well, when you take biology, microbiology, health courses, what do you learn? You learn you wash your hands. You learn that you sterilize things. You learn that removal of things, mass things, is the way you get rid of disease and you keep it from spreading. You clean things. So why would they tell us to take our mask off, but to stop cleaning? That doesn't make any sense, especially since this so-called vaccine is only for COVID. So you're not preventing the spread of all the other things that are out there, right? Or the new things that come down the pipe. You're preventing one thing that the body is supposed to, the way the vaccine works is it builds antibodies for that one particular thing, and then your body sees it later on and it's able to fight it, right? So in other words, not everybody has to be vaccinated anyway. Because if I'm sick, but he's been vaccinated, theoretically, the way I've always been taught in all my health courses is that he should still be safe from me. So at no point should it ever be mandatory. And what happened to my body, my choice? Those people that are always out there touting my body, my choice. So I'm just saying this ahead of time because I don't like what I see happening. I don't like that I see it going that
Thank you. Your time is up.
I haven't had my 30-second bell.
The raising of the red card was in place of the bell. The
Oh.
bell was for the over-the-phone people.
Got it, okay.
I'm
Well, I
sorry.
didn't even get to
did
critical
not-
race or anything else yet.
No, I didn't explain that before you started. I'm
So does that give
sorry.
me more time?
No, the 3 minutes is up.
Okay, well, I got what I said pretty much anyway, other than there was a couple other points, but
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, next up is negotiations update. Mr. Hanlon?
It's summertime and we are not negotiating, so I have nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Did we have any public comment under this item? No public comment, thank you.
I
Okay.
do want to just stop for a moment. I did get a email from Jessica Montgomery that said she did not receive a phone call from us. So, Mr. Shepherd, if you want to try that number again.
Absolutely. So I'm calling Jessica Montgomery. Voicemail again. I'm going to leave a message so she knows that we've called. And the mailbox is full and is not accepting any messages at this time.
Thank you. Okay, next is the consent and if Ms. Montgomery is listening, I would like to remind you that getting comments to the board through our website is a very effective way of communicating with us. Okay, consent calendar. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? None? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were checking to see if anything had come in. I didn't have anything, but I wanted to double check. Okay, consent calendar. Do I have a motion from a board member?
I move passage of the consent calendar.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar as presented with no items being withdrawn. All those in favor, and I'm going to ask this first one to be a voice vote. Mr. Landau? Thank you.
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you, board. It's unanimous. Okay, discussion calendar. This item is going to be a public hearing for the draft 21-22 Local Control Accountability Plan, or the LCAP. It will be presented this evening by Jay Marchant and the Educational Services team. And during the presentation, board members, if you have a technical question, let's go ahead and take it at that time so we don't have to roll back, if that's okay with the presenters?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You're on, Mr. Marchand.
Okay, as we had stated, this is a public hearing for our local control and accountability plan, and then we'll be bringing it back next week on June 30th.
Just to explain, after the presentation is when I will actually open the public hearing. This part is not part of the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, LCAP is our strategic plan describing how the district funds will be utilized from the California's local control funding formula, the LCFF, to improve our student outcomes for all of our students. At this point, I know I had a lot on this presentation, but I'm going to be handing it over to my team that did an excellent job of developing this plan, and I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Tina Keene and Mr. Tim Karras.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I would also like to welcome Jeanette Spencer from Butte County Office of Education, who's joining us via Zoom. Jeanette is who Tim and I work directly with at Butte County Office of Education, as well as all of our other neighboring school districts, to keep us on track with our LCAP and make sure we have all the compliance pieces in place. So welcome to Jeanette. The LCAP is based on 8 California state priorities. You can see them up here. They've been in existence, these 8 priorities, for quite a while, since the LCAP started, actually, in 2013. And tonight, our public hearing is actually looking at a number of documents put together. One is the budget overview for parents. Another is the annual LCAP update from the 2019 LCAP, actually. And then an update also on the learning continuity plan that came to us in September. The third and final piece is a draft form of the 21-24 LCAP. You'll see in the next 3 slides the 3 finalized goals that are in draft form, of course. We have gone from the 8 required state priorities to 5 goals in the past, down to 3. And I will say, as you will see through here, they have encompassed all of the previous goals that we have had. And to briefly mention, goal 1 is academic-based, goal 2 is social-emotional supports, and goal 3 is behavior supports and promotion of a safe environment for students. Here we have the numbers of what we work with. And right here, because this document is pretty cumbersome, I personally enjoy reading it, but I know I'm an outlier in that regard. We are bound to follow the template that the state does provide us. So this is not something that we created on our own, and we are compliant in that sense that we do work within that template. It did come up this year because it is such a cumbersome document that it would be a great idea to have a kind of an LCAP at a glance. I did leave each of you board members and staff up here a hard copy in English and Spanish. It's 2-sided. And this is also available for public and anybody who wants to learn more about it at a glance and not tackle that 150-page-ish document. We've had a lot of eyes on this too, so I want to thank all of those folks who worked together to make sure we have all of the pieces in place on this. So goal 1 is a pretty meaty goal. It encompasses our academic and tiered interventions to support academic success for each and every student. You can see underneath that we do have the state priorities listed, and the actual goal states provide academic instruction and tiered interventions to ensure student learning and high achievement for each and every student. You will see there are lots of actions and services to follow in this goal. It is by far the meatiest of the 3. And there are, in fact, 3 pages of very short, a synopsis of what those are for you tonight. Following that are the pages that show you the expenditures to support those goals that we and actions and services. They are in order. If it's easier for me to look at the actions and services on one page together, and the financials, if they go in order, is much simpler to read. A big thank you to our crew in our finance department, especially Jacqueline Kruger, who did a lot of work to pull this money together for this draft.
We do have a brief time built in to the presentation if you want to ask questions, or we can keep going until the end. That's okay too, as you had mentioned. If there are none, I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, Mr. Karras, to carry you through the next two goals.
Thank you. Before I get started into goals 2 and 3, I just wanted to point out that within the LCAP document itself, for those members of the public that are not familiar with it, there are metrics attached to each action and service. So we are able to set goals for ourselves over the next 3 years so that we are able to evaluate the implementation of the LCAP. Yes.
I need Erica Smith to step out here. Out here. Oh my God. You're behind black, you're wearing black, nobody will see you. Erica is our social media genius. And if you look on page 28 of the 70, you will see that from June 19th to now, we have had a huge, dramatic increase in social media followers on all three platforms, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, but particularly on Facebook. We have reached our families via social media and our students, and that's Erica. So, thank you.
Yes, we appreciate Erica's work every day. Goal 2 centers on providing social emotional learning and supports. So on this slide, you'll see a selection of actions and services that are in place to support student social emotional growth. I do want to add that we have added a significant amount of social emotional supports for the upcoming couple of years out of ESSER funds, which is a federal grant funding. There's actually multiple federal funding sources that are using to supplement the services as outlined by our LCAP. Oops. So you can see here the LCAP funds used for health and social emotional learning. And any questions from the board on that?
One of the assertions that we make, that we attempt to, I use the word attempt very directly, to make sure that every student has access to social mental supports. But the context appears to be the student has to let us know. I haven't seen anything in there where we are more directive about that, and I wonder about that, because with teenagers, that's particularly a difficult issue.
Right, so beginning in the 21-22 school year, our counseling staff has already developed universal screeners specific to each grade level span that will allow students to answer questions as chosen by the counselors, and the counselors will have the ability to react to that. In addition, we'll be sending out smaller surveys throughout the year. The time frame on that is yet to be decided, but this is something we really want to keep an eye on with students coming back to school after the last, about year and a half, and we've already taken action to put those in place. And of course, we also have teacher referrals or staff referrals available as well.
I think one of the striking things, and I think it's true of every district across the country that had to go to online, that we got a pretty recognizable drop in attendance and also erratic attendance. And there is a theme that's mentioned throughout this about a recognition that a number of students are likely to have trouble coming back to school full-time. And it may be more true of the teens than it is true of the elementary kids. But I just think it's really important for us to make sure that parents and teachers are aware that there is an outreach, but there has to be a response as well. So,
Also, Ms. Kaiser, Dr. Kaiser, when Ms. Staley and I went and talked to students, we had a junior high student ask us if we could change a little bit of our way we do things about when students ask for help for social, emotional, or academic. They said sometimes it's very hard for them to walk into an office, put their name on a clipboard, or ask an office manager if they could speak to somebody because they needed to talk to somebody. Then they would sit down in a chair and wait. So we have developed, our IT department and Erica Smith developed where on each one of our schools' websites, a student or a parent can click on there and ask for what type of support they need, academic, socially, those types of things, and it will go directly to our counselors and to our admin, and then they can reach out to those students. So again, one of our students asked us to do that, and again, we were able to do that. I thought it was a great idea by them.
Right, and I'd like to add to that, the surveys, the more frequent, shorter social emotional surveys that will be sent out always has an option for a student to request to speak to an adult as well.
I also think that this new experimental class that we already approved in the consent agenda, academic success, and that we're trying at Chico High, is really potentially a very strong support structure. It doesn't give them any more homework, but it gives them help in getting their work done. So I thought that was a brilliant idea, and hopefully we can track it and see how well it goes.
On the issue of what might be available and how students might reach out, or parents, did want to mention that it isn't necessarily just about academic support, social motion, that our LGBTQ plus student population can also seek confidential help, and the parents, to get referrals to local community resources that are identified for helping with, issues that those students may be dealing with.
So goal 3 addresses behavioral concerns. Very similar to the other 2 goals, we do anticipate an increase in behaviors after students come back onto campus after such a long time. So the behaviors will largely be taken care of by the actions and services that you see. And also we'll be monitoring discipline tighter than we ever have, and we'll have teams in place to address those.
So
Dr. Kaiser.
we stress quite a bit the coaching, and they have tremendous contact, and in our high schools, there's a very high percentage of students, I think it's 50% that are engaged, but we haven't been able to do that at our junior highs. So do we have some intentions about how we might have some sporting activities where they would have that personal contact that would be outside of the classroom but would still be very constructive?
Well, we're really excited based on the board's decision to fund some middle school athletics. We're excited about continuing to offer cross-country in the fall. We're having conversations with strengthening, even though they're club basketball, strengthening the consistency of the 3 middle school club basketball programs, which would happen in the winter. And we're having conversations now with other county superintendents about the possibility of adding middle school soccer for both genders in the spring. So we're hoping to have some type of offering in each season of sport.
Fantastic. Thank you.
One thing, too, to note on Goal 3 is the PBIS teams that are very active on the school campuses. Pre-COVID, our elementary and junior high schools had really taken great steps over many years to create very strong PBIS teams, which is positive going to forget. Positive behavior and intervention supports. I want to say something similar to that. Basically, it supports kids in the positives and reinforcing doing well, being safe, respectful, responsible, as an example of one of the schools that I used to be at as the motto. And it really does take on a support for the school culture, for safety, for people feeling included in a positive way. So our high schools were just starting that process, rolling into PBIS before COVID hit, and I know they've making some gains, getting back on track and getting that going at the two comprehensive high schools, as well as over at the alt ed world as well.
So, so you can see here some of the actions and services we are providing and the costs attached. And again, I'd like to add that the ESSER dollars are going to go a long way towards addressing this goal as well, in addition to these LCAP funded actions.
I think the Olympics will give us a big kick where a lot more kids will be excited about. And with the trials that have been going on, the sportsmanship and the behavior has been outstanding. So let's hope.
So are there any further questions about this goal?
Did you want to mention that, or I do want to mention that this is the June 23rd presentation, and we'll open the public hearing now, and we do have, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we have had one speaker request.
Yes, I'll be calling Terrace Lee. Hi, Terrace. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. You'll be addressing the school board. If you hear a bell, it means you have 30 seconds left, okay? Okay, go ahead, Terrace.
Thank you. I am once again addressing the board as a concerned parent regarding the proposed changes to our LCAP and the equity-based MTSS program. I recently viewed the LCAP flyer and materials that CUSD distributed, and in my opinion, at best, it was unintentionally misleading, and at worst, intentionally deceiving of the true scope and intentions of the LCAP changes. I think that it is particularly telling that CUSD changed and removed key wording of the new LCAP goals that had been previously presented, and removed equity from the MTSS program title. Also, nowhere did you provide a side-by-side comparison of the previous LCAPs or a link to the MTSS presentation, which goes hand in hand with these proposed changes. One can only assume that these changes and omissions were deliberate and done with purpose. While the language has been changed, I believe the originally proposed LCAP that was presented highlights this board's true intent and agenda, which is to push a racially stemmed ideology which focuses on inequity of outcomes rather than inequity of opportunity into our schools and children. The new LCAP and the focus on inclusiveness and equity, according to your own presentations, will stem from changes to teaching practices, curriculum, hiring practices, trainings, classroom environments, and more, which will now hyper-focus on race-based identities and perceived inequities and biases. The proposed changes to our LCAP once again show that this board is not attentive to the current needs of our students and district. As was brought up at the May 5th meeting, the previous LCAP goals more fully highlight and identify the current needs of our district. With the amount of funding this district is receiving, our children deserve updated and expanded facilities, especially our aging elementary and junior high schools. They deserve vigorous curriculum, materials, and educators that can provide them with an equity of opportunity, the opportunity to meet the same level of a quality education of their peers across this state and nation. However, instead of using these funds to focus on building our children's core English, math, and science foundations through proven methods, this board is instead seeking to shift that focus to a politicized ideology that will do nothing to improve learning outcomes. And with less than 50% of our district students proficient in both reading and math, this should be in the forefront of our board's agenda. I and many other parents and members of this community are rightfully concerned and feel that the perceived racial biases and equitable disparities which this board is trying to use to promote these changes will only further divide and set our children back. Many of us have watched as this board has consistently disregarded our parental concerns and input to force their own overreaching agendas. And after watching the equity-based MTSS program presentation, I have no hope that this board will use these funds to address the much-needed issues within our district. And while Superintendent Staley and many others have stated that these proposed changes to the district are, quote, not critical race theory curriculum, critical race theory is not a curriculum. It is an ideology which views all aspects of our children's educational process through a perceived racial and inequitable lens. Call it what you want, but that is absolutely what is occurring in this district. I cannot strongly enough object to these changes.
Thank you, Jarvis.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, this is an informational only item, and it will be brought back for approval again at the June 30th meeting. Mr. Tennis? Yes.
I see that we have,
There we go.
if I may, Principal David McKay is here, and I think that he is involved in the Equity Alliance cohorts. Can you give us a summary, Principal McKay, about what the Equity Alliance apparatus is or will be, and what role it plays in the LCAP? Why are we reading about it in the LCAP? It didn't show up in the presentation, did it? Tell us about the Equity Alliance cohorts.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this point. In a nutshell, the Equity Alliance concept was initiated as a way to reach out to our families to hopefully illuminate some of the data that we were seeing year in and year out that shows that certain student populations were receiving and experiencing disproportionately negative educational outcomes. So in order to figure out what to do, I felt like it would behoove us to reach out to our actual parents and families to find out what their experiences are like and to invite them to a conversation about how we can improve the experiences that, in our case, bid well for all students. Those meetings were very well received, and I would say at no point in those meetings was there any of this very divisive rhetoric that is promoted in the popular media, critical race theory and whatnot. I understand how some people can get concerned when they hear certain words that are used in one context and then they get used in another and they conflate the two meanings. But speaking to the Bidwell Equity Alliance, it was all about wanting to feel invited and intentionally included in the school and being invited to share stories and experiences to staff that wanted to listen and be open to working together to create a more welcoming, more respectful, more accessible school environment for some students whose stories we might not necessarily be attuned to, not being linguistically and culturally diverse educators in our district. And so it was very much an outreach, an attempt to solicit parent involvement, and in the course of the next 12 months, we were able to keep those meetings going, and we got a lot of very valuable input about what we can do, really little things about relationship building, school climate, that we're using to continue that communication, to continue to build that trust, and to continue to invite all of our families to be more part of our school so that we can look at how to improve educational outcomes for all students, bona fide, not lowering the bar, but raising the bar for all students and helping to equip our staff with all the skills, all the knowledge, all the dispositions that they may need to help every student engage in the most rigorous curriculum that we know how to deliver. So, did I address your question, Mr. Tennis?
For the most part, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to, we did do our speaker. Thank you. Yes, number 2, we've got Mr. Karras to do the presentation on the information on the California School Dashboard, local indicators.
Yeah, tonight I'll be speaking to you regarding the California State Dashboard and the local indicators that we are required to provide to the state for publication on the California State Dashboard. So the local indicators are indicators accounted for on the dashboard that do not have metrics for them as we are used to looking at metrics historically in education. So things outside of the realm of test scores, attendance, suspension, that sort of data. So for the local indicators, it's largely an exercise in compliance. That's why I'm not giving you a big presentation. We are asked to self-reflect on our progress working towards and addressing LCFF priorities as required by the state. The ratings that we give ourselves are a reflection of the fact that we've measured and not on the success of any initiative related to a given priority. So if we self-reflect and report to the state, we have met that requirement for that indicator. I'm not sure if President Robinson indicated this, but this is an information-only item.
Tim, so much of the kind of typical data collection the state would do was postponed or unable to be done in the normal way in the last year and a half. So this reflective perspective will be based on information that we gather internally and we perceive to be connected?
Correct. Okay. And just to clarify, local indicators are part of our process every year. It's not specific to the pandemic. Okay. So priority one, which is basic conditions at school, it's addressing our teachers properly assigned, do students have access to textbooks, things like that. We did run, the data's available in the attachment on the agenda item, and we have met the criteria to address that indicator. Priority two is the implementation of state standards, and the self-reflection tool is available again in the link. So we're essentially addressing how well we're implementing state standards regarding professional development and curriculum. The next priority is priority three, which is parent and family engagement, which, as we mentioned earlier, is something we're always striving for and always looking to improve. And again, the self-reflection tool as well as the narrative are included in the link on the agenda item. The next priority, and we've met that as well. The next priority is school climate, and it's asking us whether or not we administer school climate surveys. So we've met that criteria. And the last is access to a broad range of courses. So the reflection tools and the narratives are available in the link. We have addressed that. We assess that every year as part of really the LCAP itself. And that is in our current LCAP in the form of honors enrollment numbers, AP enrollment numbers, CTE completion rate for graduates. So we really do have some metrics on this as well in the LCAP, as you're aware. And because we completed the self-reflection tool, we have met that indicator. The indicators will be sent to the state should be in November if it's been in if it's like past years, for publication to the state dashboard in December. So any questions?
Yes, Mr. Dennis?
I have a comment. I'll keep it brief. And I've alluded to this in the past, but there's one aspect of this that I don't agree with the staff conclusion, or at least one, I'll say. Only one I'm going to talk about right now. But priority three, which was parent and family engagement, I don't think that we hit the mark on this year. There was a lot of parent interest this past year because of schools being shut down, and I think that a lot of parents would have liked to have had an opportunity to interface with the school district more completely. They had a lot on their mind on the topic of how good of a job we were doing. And I did pretty extensive research on my own to find out how much people had heard or been notified about the LCAP input opportunities, and they weren't. It was different kind of on a site-by-site basis. Staff at different school sites went to different lengths to let people know who were in the leadership corps or put it in their newsletter and so forth. But no, I don't think that there was good outreach to parents and families. Certainly to the target groups, there seems to have been. So if you were, in one of the subcategories that we've got our eye on because of the less desirable outcomes, then you probably heard about the LCAP opportunity to interface with the district. But if you weren't, you did not have a good opportunities to hear and learn about LCAP. So that to me comes off as maybe what I would characterize as a bit of a curated feedback mechanism, kind of like setting the community up to give you the information that you want to hear so that you can put it in the LCAP that you're going to use potentially to kind of be a moral compass or sort of your roadmap for how you're going to conduct yourself as a district. So I have kind of some complex, but I think for my purposes, valid concerns about how that aspect of the LCAP came together this year.
We did reflect earlier at another board meeting or two about this issue of parent communication, and we do have it as a topic potentially for a workshop this next year. And I did go through in some detail the engagement report part of the LCAP. So if you go to page 82 of the report and read through the process that was followed to provide opportunities for input, you notice that on April 13th that all schools were represented at that meeting, regardless of whether or not their students were falling into one of the targeted groups. So I do think there was a significant push to make sure that there was outreach, and it appears as though from the number of responses and things that were garnered during these meetings that were documented and discussed as part of the process, that we have met, a significant goal. And as you showed from the chart that Dr. Kaiser pointed out, that our increase in the number of households that are directly connected with communicating with the district through our platforms, as well as our ARIES total, which is above 90% of our families are connected through ARIES. And so I don't know how much more we could do, but if you have ideas, keep them at hand, because we will bring this issue back up for a workshop topic consideration in August. Okay.
If I can briefly respond to that.
Yes, of course.
So I did participate in the meeting you referred to. It was a Zoom call essentially from the site based on sites, and that's actually precisely the meeting that I kind of dove deep on to find out from families who were around town at different sites, and even I had a PTA president, and a lot of them did not get the word about that meeting. Not in a newsletter, not contacted about it, not invited. So that's actually why I feel the way that I do, is because that meeting was not publicized.
Well, you know, some of the responsibility has to also be put on the families to check with our platforms that do have that information on them, that, you know, I understand the concern, but there also has to be some responsibility on the part of the families to, you know, to identify what's out there, because it's all there.
Well, actually, if we're thinking of the same meeting, it was not. It was not on the district webpage that meeting was occurring until the day when it was gonna occur.
So I will tell you, communication is one of those things that without a doubt, we can always do better. And our focus, certainly with the LCAP, has been, as is reflected in the data, that we do have to do the outreach to our specific groups. But your point is very well taken, and after that board meeting, we did send out the links to all of our families to make sure everybody had access and the ability to provide input into that. I do believe, and this will sound like a bad excuse, but COVID did really limit the amount of in-person interaction we could have this past year, and we need to do better, and we will.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, this is just informational. Okay, next, item 3, discussion action, resolution number 1539-21. Mr. Sullivan.
Good evening. This resolution is before you. We are just looking to for your approval so that we can continue working with CDE and provide state-funded preschools. So we've had a great relationship with them for the last several years. We've grown. If you think back a few years ago when we started, we've got 4 now, and we would love to be actually adding another one. We've got a waiting list, pretty extensive waiting list. So we're just looking for the board's blessing to continue that working relationship with CDE and continue to offer state-funded preschools. Any questions?
I'm going to move resolution number 1539-21.
Yeah. Okay. Ted has done his presentation. We have no public comment indicated. So now I'm going to ask the board if there are any motions associated with the agenda item.
I so move.
And I'm going to take the ruler away from Ms. Caitlin so that she can't hurt Kathy's knuckles.
I would never physically harm Kathy.
It's Caitlin, it is your job to do this every meeting, and I do appreciate it. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Oh, I'll second your motion, Dr. Kaiser.
You're going to second?
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Then
now
we
we
have
can discuss
a
it
motion
if
from
so
Dr.
needed.
Kaiser, second from Ms. Dalby. Any discussion, board? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Landau, I could not specifically hear you. Is your...
He said aye.
Okay, thank you. No, you're right, I did not specifically ask. Okay, it's a unanimous vote. Okay, number 4, this is an informational only item. Mr. Shepherd.
So each year, we present the most current version of our Code of Conduct athletic eligibility package, just to be sure that, number one, we bring it to the attention of the public. There are not significant changes this year. We did add a voluntary waiver portion that will be signed by each student and parent if they decide to participate in co- or extracurricular activities, to be sure that we that we're covering any liability issues, something similar to what we've done during the current or the recent school year. Again, we're just bringing it to the attention of the board.
Dr. Kaiser?
I just want the public to recognize that we are aware of today's Supreme Court ruling on freedom of speech, and we don't have any guidance on how that might impact the conduct codes, but we are totally aware of it, and when we get more direct guidance, I'm sure that we'll bring it back if we have to. Thank you.
We do vet this every year with our legal team, and considering the most recent litigation, I'm sure there'll be additional vetting with our legal.
Okay, there has been no public comment indicated. This is an informational only item, so no action is required. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. The packet is informational. Yeah, no, it does reflect too our expectations with many issues surrounding our co-curricular and athletic competition. Okay, business services, public hearing, information, the original budget. Mr. Baltima.
Thank you. I'm going to be reviewing the 2001-2022 original budget. It is included in the packet, so I'm not going to walk through every slide, but just as a reminder of timeline, we are in that interesting time when the legislature has approved a budget by June 15th, but yet is now negotiating with the governor for the final outcome. So that's where we are right now. Obviously, the economy is doing well. This is one of the easier budgets that we have been faced with in putting together in light of additional new dollars. The cost of living adjustment is at 5.07%. And we're also looking at free meals for all students in our nutrition service program.
Can we give a Yahoo?
Exactly. Just major assumptions included in this budget. That cost of living adjustment, as already mentioned, is included. This is important. Our funded average daily attendance is based on the 2019-20. Typically, we get the better of the current year or the prior year, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, California Department of Education allowed us to use our base year as the 2019-20 year. So although we have decreased in enrollment over 600 students, our funding for the 2021-22 year will be based on 19-20 at worst. If we somehow receive 1,000 more students, we would revise this budget and we would receive those additional revenues. The unduplicated count, this generates more additional dollars for supplemental or concentration. We don't have a high enough percentage to receive concentration dollars, but at 50.7%, we do receive some supplemental funds within the local control funding formula. Our salaries and benefits are updated for the best information we had as of June 7th, and it does include all vacancies for positions that we planned to fill. The unemployment rate percentage is included in this budget at 1.23%. That's a dramatic increase from the recent historical average of 0.05%. It was almost $1 million increase in costs to Chico Unified. This has changed, and we'll talk about that a little bit in the future. The legislature adopted a 0.05, which would improve our financial statement by $1 million in the current year and spread that, and then adjust slightly into the second year. So this is just a visual view of our enrollment versus our average daily attendance. You can see it's starting to go down, but in the 2001-2022 year, we are getting funded on that higher level. This is just a summary of the LCAP dollars that are on the unrestricted side of the budget only. You saw in a previous slide there was over $25 million for the local control accountability plan, but that included other funding sources restricted in nature as well. I'm just going to jump right to the multi-year projection, one of the most important documents, because not only do we adopt a budget for the current year, but we're looking into the future of the decisions we make today. How will those impact our finances 3 years out? And you can see for our net increase or decrease in fund balance, we are looking at a positive 3.8% in the 21-22 year. We then see deficits estimated at this point. This is the unrestricted side of the budget of 1.5 million and a little over $100,000 in the third year. Again, this is based on declining enrollment in all those 3 years. And it is based on the estimates from the Department of Finance for cost of living adjustments in future years. We also, and I should have mentioned this earlier, I'm sorry, Dr. Kaiser?
Dr. Kaiser?
It just occurred to me, so we don't have the new census data yet, correct?
No.
Right, okay, thank you.
A part of the original budget also includes what we call our estimated actuals for the current year, the year we're leaving, 2021, because that becomes our beginning balance for the next year, 21-22. And we are estimating this time to have a small decline in our fund balance. But again, when we close the books, we tend to get a little bit better as well. So in a budget that's over $100 million, we're getting close to a break even in the current year of 2021. And you can see we maintain all of our reserve requirements, the 3% required from the state, the board's 2%, the additional one-time dollars that we set aside related to board reserve, and any of those other required items to be spent in future years, and we still have over or almost $20 million of undesignated fund balance. So we're financially very healthy, even in light of looking at some decreases in our net income. So the legislature did approve a budget on June 15th. As mentioned, it did include the cost of living adjustment at 5.07%, which was what the governor had proposed. There is an additional COLA of 4.05% for special education and other state categorical programs. The governor's proposal only had the 4.05% included in special ed, and it included only a 1.7% cost of living adjustment in the other state programs. The legislature has chosen to pass a budget that has that 4.05 across all state programs. So that will improve our financial position compared to what is being presented tonight. And again, we mentioned the supplemental grant. I actually did not mention this. The legislature actually increased the percentage for supplemental grant funding, and this could be a few $100,000 additional dollars for Chico Unified if this ultimately is adopted by the legislature as well. And I apologize, I said hundreds of thousands. It would be about $3 million more dollars to Chico Unified if this goes through. The budget also gets better by what the legislature did related to pension obligation costs.
Mr. Beltema,
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the increasing the supplemental grant line. Would you run through that one more time about how that could lead to an approximate positive impact of $3 million?
So we receive an additional amount per ADA
Right.
related to the percentage of targeted students that we have, and there's an amount per ADA. The legislature increased that amount across all grade level spans from a 20 to 23.3%. So there's additional LCFF dollars that are being generated related to that percentage of targeted students.
Got it. Thank you.
The pension obligation is a big deal because we have been experiencing almost $1 million increases year over year related to pension costs. If the state legislature's proposal is ultimately adopted, our budget would improve because the increase for STRS and PERS would be decreased by those additional dollars from the state going into those programs. And also, we already mentioned, though, the unemployment insurance benefit was at 1.26%. That's what's included in the budget now. The legislature reduces that all the way back to 0.05. That would be another $1 million benefit to our budget if that were to be adopted.
Again, this is part of what we haven't had settled yet because of the trailer bills and the things that still haven't been agreed to.
Correct. Correct. The final version of the budget is still being negotiated between the governor and the legislature.
Thank you. Yeah.
before June 30th. So we're very hopeful that when we present this next week, we'll have that information. Now, historically, it always hasn't hit that date, but that is the timeline. Well, they met their constitutional deadline on June 15th. The negotiation of the final budget, although it's supposed to be ratified before June 30th, may go across that line with no penalty to any of our legislators. So we just put up there a lot to still be determined as that's being negotiated. And then going forward, they're working on that now, but it appears those negotiations are being done in good faith. We do expect the budget to be approved by June 30th. There are continued concerns related to COVID-19 and the impact of those. You know, again, a lot of one-time dollars from federal and state, but they are one-time in nature, so how do we best use those dollars long-term? We do and plan to present to you a 45-day update budget that will be brought to you in August. With so many changes occurring and so much of our staffing occurring at the beginning of the year, we will want to bring back a 45-day budget update to you. There will continue to be some cash management challenges, even with our strong reserves. There is still talk of some cash deferrals, so we'll have to pay close attention to that. And just to note, we have not settled compensation for next year, 21, 22, or any year thereafter.
Now, again, Mr. Bolton, I'm sorry, but we skipped right over that deferral issue. We have a 1 month deferral at this point.
At this point, the June principal payment would be pushed over until July.
Okay.
And then just to note, we do have deadlines to spend some of those COVID-19 dollars. So it's important for us to monitor those and make sure that we spend those dollars wisely and within the deadline.
Yeah.
So that's the summary view of the original budget. We'll be bringing this back to you for approval on June 30th, and we'll have some updated information, we hope, with a state-approved budget as well.
Mr. Landau, do you have any questions?
Not at this point, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see us all again on the 30th regarding these issues. Thank you, Mr. Baltimore. Okay, this is a public hearing. We need to open the public hearing on the informational issues on the original budget. So the hearing is open. Have we had any public comment requests made?
We did not have any requests for public comment on this item.
Thank you. Then I will close the public hearing. Okay, again, just a reminder, this is going to be brought back for action on June 30th. Okay, public hearing on the reserves disclosure. Again, Mr. Baltima.
Yes, there is a requirement in the education code that we disclose the amount of reserves we have on the unrestricted side of the budget. We have included that document for the board and for the public. I would clarify, however, that with the legislature's adoption of the budget, it appears that all 4 of the triggers to require a reduction in the amount of reserves that we have on hand would be reached in the 2021-22 year, but effective still for the 22-23 year. So if the legislature's budget is ultimately approved with the additional money going into the rainy day fund at $4.6 billion, then that would trigger that education code language that would require us to reduce our reserves down to 10%. However, there are things that we can do working with the board as far as committing reserve dollars for specific purposes that can maintain reserves appropriately, but also transparently for the board and the public, and would put some requirements that if we dip into those reserves, we would have to come back to you for action as well. So those are some of the items that we're looking to do because we do believe reserves are healthy. They help us with our cash position. They help us make, I think, better decisions long term. So we'll want to continue to maintain good reserves, but comply with the education code requirement as well. And so we'll be watching this closely. But at this point, we provide it for your review and the public's.
I've watched very closely on this particular issue, and I've seen no indication that anyone in the legislature has raised their hand to try and fix the mess they've created with this little bit of ridiculousness. So it does look like it's going to fall on us to deal with it. Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. I have no indication that any public comment has been requested.
We have no request for public comment on this.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to close the public hearing. And again, this is informational only, and this item will be brought back to the June 30th meeting. Okay, the next is the public hearing on the 21-22 Educational Protection Account, the EPA.
Yes, this has become. Testing? Yes. So this has become somewhat of a routine process that we report to you how we're spending the EPA dollars. This goes all the way back to Proposition 30, when we had additional dollars put into education with the requirement that those be designated and how we're spending them. But as a reminder, they are not new dollars. They were just a separate resource code, unrestricted, and we use those for salaries of our certificated staff. But we make that report in compliance with the education code.
Thank you. Okay, this again requires public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing.
There are no requests to address this.
There's no public comment requested. Thank you. I will close the public hearing. And again, this is also informational tonight, and we will have it back June 30th. Okay, number 4. This is fun stuff. Resolution 1542-21, authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation bond election from the election of 2016 Series C. Mr. Baltima.
So we have the resolution documents before you to issue the final series of Measure K. This would be in the amount of $52 million. Should be noted that we have been very active in constructing buildings and putting these dollars to use, where we have actually then, as a reminder, this was approved in 2016, and we're in 2021 selling the final series of $152 million of bonding capacity. So the importance of that is that by doing it, we have tried to outpace escalation costs, and we have a lot of very nice new buildings and improvements to schools that we have to show for it. And the intent is to get through phase 4 of our facility master plan. These resolutions are brought to you for your approval so that we can then sell the bonds. And we would ask for your approval. Included in it is the preliminary official statement, the actual resolution, the bond purchase agreement, and the escrow agreement as well.
Okay, this again requires a public hearing, so I am opening the public hearing.
Doesn't require a public hearing.
No, actually, there is no public hearing. What I'm opening is asking if there are any technical questions for clarification from the board. Dr. Kaiser.
So I note there's been quite a bit of discussion about whether the feds will stop buying bonds or stop buying them at the volume in which they have been. And it seems, though, that generally the Federal Reserve is pretty optimistic that any kind of downturn would be short-term. So did you get any final contact with our bonds people that this is still a very good market for us?
Yes, we've been working with.
What's wrong with your mic, man?
Well, I don't have a light and I keep doing, I'm making a mistake. It's my fault. Apologize. We have been working closely with our financial advisor, Chico, and we are still living in unprecedented low interest rates for bonds, so it's still a good time to sell. And regardless, our voters approved this measure, and they want us to sell these bonds and improve our facilities. So even if it wasn't the best environment, we do need to sell them because we are continuing to move forward with construction. But it is historically in a good interest rate time period, and I think what we've been able to accomplish, and I would give Chico a lot of credit with ISM Advisors, we have been able to sell bonds at relatively low cost to our taxpayers. We have a typical bond over 30 years, interest only, is usually a 2-to-1 repayment. Example, you sell $25 million of bonds and it costs you $50 million between principal and interest. We have really outpaced that across all of our sales. And we've also been able to reduce the repayment terms typically around 20 to 25 years with the goal to pay off as much principal as possible. And the Measure K program specifically allowed us to do that with a lot more principal because we weren't constrained by any prior agreement to maintain a tax rate related to previous bond sales. So we think the Measure K program has been very successful. This would be, again, the last issuance of this, and we would recommend the board take action to give us approval so that we can then sell the bonds this summer.
I also thought the data on Butte County and the tax base was very encouraging. So I'm very enthusiastic about us with a green light. Go.
Do we have any public comment requested?
We have no public comment on this item.
Thank you. Board, are there any motions associated with this agenda item?
I move to pass 1542-21.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Landau. Any further board discussion, members? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, Mr. Landau will hear it specifically.
All right, I'm an aye.
Thank you. Caitlin?
Aye.
Dr. Kaiser?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Robinson, aye. That's a 5-0 vote to approve. Thank you, board. Okay, next is the resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the general obligation refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million. Mr. Baltima.
Yes, so we are asking for board authority regarding this resolution to refund a previous bond sale from 2012. When we refund a bond, by law, we have to show that it is a savings to the taxpayer. By law, we can't extend the term of the previous bond. And we actually have a threshold that we believe we need to see in savings to taxpayers to justify the additional cost for the issuance of the refunding. When you refund a bond, you're taking advantage of a lower interest rate, not a longer term of the bond itself. So in essence, you are going to pay less for a bond that was sold in 2012 today because you're doing it at a lower tax rate or a lower interest rate. So we're asking for board approval to do the refunding. However, I would say administratively, we're going to continue to evaluate this as we get closer to market to make sure that we're actually receiving a savings from doing the refunding. But we are asking for board authority to do it. We think it's the right thing to do to try and save taxpayer dollars. And if we can do that with the savings being substantial enough to justify the increased cost of the refunding issuance, then we would want to do that. So our recommendation is that the board consider approval for this resolution allowing us to refund the 2012 bonds.
Any questions from any board members? Dr. Kaiser?
Have you ever met a property owner that was unhappy when you told them they were going to pay less taxes?
I think the challenge there is it's always the comparison point, right? I mean, that is the challenge. I mean, I think everybody likes new schools and they understand the increase in property value when you have quality schools, but it does cost money. And, you know, and what the challenge is they're going to see this $52 million on the previous resolution that will come on their tax roll. This, by refunding, we think there's some additional savings that can occur on that. And we really tried to work hard to manage that tax rate so it's somewhat consistent. That has not always been perfectly achieved, but our goal is to try and, if you're a homeowner, you don't see large fluctuations in your tax bill. We'd like to see incremental increases where you can see your bond dollars working in your community and you understand what the cost is to you as it relates to your property taxes.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment requests?
No public comment on this item.
No public comment. Okay, board, do we have any motions associated with this agenda items? Ms. Dalby?
I move to approve.
Ms.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Member Dalby with a second by Member Kaiser. All those in favor? Well, excuse me, do we have any further discussion from the board? No? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Ah, we heard you, Mr. Lando. Thank you. We have a 5-0 approval on that item. Thank you, Mr. Boltema.
And just a reminder, we will inform the board whether or not we believe the refunding is appropriate and meets the thresholds to go forward with that. So we'll report back to the board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Boltema, I think you're off the hook now. The next item is conceptual design development update for McManus Elementary School. This is some of the exciting stuff that happens because of all this bond work you've been doing, Mr. Boltema. Thank you. Okay, Julie, you're on.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about our next Phase 4 Master Plan project at McManus Elementary School. Tonight, we have with us Maria Campos, our facilities planner from the district, and McManus Principal Chris Weaver, and Laura Noss and Alicia Chavez from Lionakis Architects. Before we ask Lionakis to walk us through the conceptual plan, I'd like to just take a moment to walk through our master plan projects thus far and what has led us to this project at McManus. McManus was prioritized by the Board of Education in this phase of the master plan for a number of reasons. The anticipated enrollment growth in North Chico as a result of residential development makes McManus a logical priority in order to house students and prevent overcrowding at other schools. To combat overcrowding, the district has increased capacity at Shasta Elementary School as much as is allowable by the California Department of Education. We've added capacity in the form of 3 new kindergarten classrooms at Emma Wilson, and we have increased capacity at Marigold Elementary School. Minor boundary modifications were approved by this board back in 2018 that took effect in the 1920 school year, carving out a small area of the Shasta boundary and moving it over to Neil Dow, where we also created increased capacity as part of that school's renovation. All of these efforts are in keeping with the board-adopted goal of improving our existing campuses while creating capacity to prevent overcrowding. At the time of adopting this goal, the board wanted to create facility equity for all of the district's elementary students a majority of those students attend either Shasta or Amarillo. This project provides an opportunity to mitigate ongoing traffic safety concerns at McManus. McManus, portion of McManus was initially constructed in 1947. At that time, and even while the school was expanded over the years to come, no one could have predicted that East Avenue would be transformed into a 4-lane thoroughfare connecting thousands of homes and businesses to Highway 99. For many years, the front of McManus School has been locked off and abandoned at the school frontage on East Avenue, leaving the school with a varied administration and awkward and disjointed circulation on campus. Our goal is to renovate McManus in a similar fashion as we've achieved at Neildale, Marigold, and Shasta, to make McManus a safe and aesthetically attractive school with the intent of capturing more neighborhood students and assist with potential overcrowding at other schools. Now, with that being said, set the stage to introduce Laura Noss with Lionakis, and she's going to go through the conceptual design and the process that was followed to develop that design. And I'd like to ask if you wouldn't mind holding your questions until the end, and then we will be happy to answer all of your questions and hear your comments. Laura?
Thanks so much, Julie. President Robinson, members of the Board of Trustees, we're very happy to be here today to give an update on the McManus Elementary School conceptual design effort. We'll share a little bit about our process, the project progress and phasing alternatives, as well as the proposed budget for the project. My name is Laura Noss, Education Practice Lead at Lionakis. My colleague, Brian Bell, also a principal at our firm, and Alicia Chavez are here as well. Next, please. We're very proud of the process we were able to go through with our stakeholders. Principal and his team were such engaged and enthusiastic participants in what was mostly a virtual planning process. And so, next, please. We'd really like to acknowledge all of the participants we had in the process. As I said, much of our engagement was via virtual means, and their attentiveness and enthusiasm for this project was truly inspiring to us. Next, please. We had a number of engagement efforts. Summary of them is here. First, we had 3 site committee meetings. Those were all virtual. We did hold an in-person community meeting, and the opportunity to speak one-on-one with members of the McManus community was one that was influential on the direction that we'll be moving. We had virtual meetings with the district's facilities committee, as well as engagement with a number of district-level specialists to make sure we started off on the right track. Our engineers have been out on the site, and we've begun to assess the condition and make sure that we're budgeting appropriately for those areas moving forward. Next, please. The project is important to us that when we look at a project of this scale, we'd like to make sure that we're also addressing what it's going to take to get there from here. We'll be working on an existing occupied site. It's important for us to understand and to describe the implementation or the phasing plan that supports our final results. Brian will be walking you through that. I do want to first, if you move to the next slide, please. I did want to talk a little bit about program assumptions. Julie mentioned the growth at this side of town and the potential for McManus to accommodate that growth. We are looking at taking the current enrollment of 405 and adding additional capacity for 265 students, including pre-K, TK programs, as well as the other loading standards that you see here. So roughly, we'll be accommodating 4 classes per grade level at the K3 level and 4 at one of those, when we look at the conceptual design, we also address critical success factors of our stakeholders at all the levels we talked about. Student safety and security was number one. Julie mentioned East Avenue and what it's become and how much real worry there is about drop-off, pickup, and students relating to East Avenue. Portable replacement was important. Classroom upgrades, so that across the district and certainly across the McManus campus, there's a level of equity in what those classrooms are providing for teaching and learning, and of course, accommodating growth. Julie mentioned the date of construction at the site, which means most of our infrastructure of the existing campus is more than 70 years old. So we prioritize that as well, and we'll continue through this process to evaluate and look at that infrastructure with a fine point. So Brian, would you like to walk through the phasing plan?
I will. Can I get the next slide, please? Thank you, Julie. So good evening, everyone, and thank you again. Very excited to be starting this process. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. We are going to walk through in the next 5 slides basically the transformation over the next couple of years here. And so obviously, as Julie mentioned, it was built back in the 1940s. There has been a few additions and updates over those years in the 60s and 80s, but as you can see, many portables have been added over the years. And really
wellness center houses counseling, psychologists, speech therapists, and other programs that are very supportive of those student services and student support on this campus. The adjacency to the library, as you've been doing throughout your district, is not your mother's library. It's got a lot of flexibility. It's an open space for community gatherings, for educator gatherings, and certainly for student support. And adjacent to that is the resource specialist program. So we really see this as a campus providing a hub of student services and support for this campus. Brian mentioned the bus drop-off areas. Those, again, on North Avenue, the special education buses that allow students to access the adjacent classroom spaces there. So with that, we'd like to move into the budget discussion, and then we're going to end, as we often like to as architects, with the pretty pictures and the fly-through of not only the phasing diagram, but what we really believe is the potential for this campus. So, Julie, did you want me to go ahead into the budget?
Actually, Laura, I wanted you to touch on briefly the kind of flipping of the traffic patterns. So we're taking the parent vehicles off of the street on North Avenue and bringing them into this large parking and drop-off area on the campus itself. So if you wanted to talk about
That's a great prompt. Thank you. So one of the areas we heard loud and clear was the difficulty on that corner parking lot, the safety concerns that I mentioned, and the potential for students to be getting out onto East Avenue. So this plan takes advantage of the existing parking lot that is off of North, but expands it significantly. And following California Department of Education guidelines, creates that flow-through drop-off space that you see labeled there, that allows parents not only to get off of the street to drop off their students, but provides a length of queuing space that allows many of the parents to get off of the street to provide that drop-off. So we think that's a really large improvement there. You can see adjacent to the space labeled drop-off near the kindergartens, we've also maintained that very prominent row of trees. We think that front entry, if you will, that welcoming front door, is only enhanced by preserving those trees and that tree-lined canopy. And then further down on North, we have two potential areas for bus drop-offs. One for school buses, field trips, other things like don't know if you're able to launch this video, but the QR code is available there to scan with your device, the camera on your device as well. And that, oh great, thank you. We're going to start first with the phasing plan. Again, we think communicating with not only the McManus community, but the community at large about the phasing of this campus is important. As you know, 2 years, it can be disruptive. So we're limiting the amount of phasing and trying to be as sensitive to having that occur outside of the busy campus area. And then, as Brian mentioned, renovation occurring between June of 23 and June of 24 with that parking lot component and the removal of the final portables happening in the summer in that area, but focused on the summer, that final summer.
You can see all the, all the pieces up in the model, so you can see that tree line that we talked about being that nice kind of entry between parking and front door with all the existing trees.
And then while we're just at the conceptual level, we thought it was important to start to share the feeling of the new front door. So as parents come in through this new drop-off and parking area, welcoming front door, bursts of school color, as well as a community plaza leading to the multi-purpose room. And similar to Shasta, as Brian mentioned, a separated pre-K yard and kindergarten complex, using the buildings to shield that kindergarten space from the adjacent parking lot, reconfiguration of the hard court, outdoor dining structures, as well as the potential for the stage to amphitheater, linking it to what will be the transformed library, bookending, if you will, that new quad. You can start to see the drop-off areas, pull-outs on the street for the control, and as we move along, fencing and gates will continue to evolve to make sure that we have a secure campus at McManus. So with that, I'll be happy to entertain any questions. It's really been a privilege. This community is very excited.
Tom, we see you.
Hey, thank you. I have a couple of questions. That one goes back. First of all, is the bus stop on East Avenue, is there an entryway between those buildings planned? Or, I mean, we're moving towards, single points of access for every school. What's the plan for students getting dropped off the bus? Are they going to walk around the entire outside of the building to get to that front door?
Thank you. That's a good question. We are, when we met with the the district transportation, you see a gate between the two buildings, and the assumption would be that that would be open in the morning and at the end of school and locked during the school day. So after those windows, when that space is supervised, it will direct any late drop-off to the front door.
Thank you. And if I may, one other, maybe it was just a representation of the multi-purpose building, but it seems like in the drawing on slide 14, there was like a big empty space in the back again of the multi-purpose room. Is that just the roof of the multi-purpose room I'm seeing it strangely?
Yes, I think it is. It's the roof of the kitchen, which will be similar to the new kitchens done at the Dow and Miracles, I believe, as well as some open space for a covered outdoor dining space.
Thank you.
Any other board clarification questions? Dr. Kaiser?
This is just a comment. My grandson did get some speech services there for a while, and the absolute nightmare of trying to find some place to park on North in such a narrow space and community. I was very passionate that we respect student safety with this design, and I think Lionakis and Julie have done a wonderful job, but so has the school personnel. They have been very, very enthusiastic. So almost nothing could not improve McManus, but this really takes a big, big step. Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. This agenda item is before us in order for us to consider a recommendation that we direct staff to continue with the development of construction estimates and design documents for review and approval by the Division of State Architects. So, for the principal wants to address us.
Good evening. Hi, Brian.
Yes,
hi,
Chris?
Alicia. Hi, Laura. Honestly, I just wanted to get up and say that just on behalf of the McManus Learning Community, I want to thank our site committee, the teachers, the staff that have been giving a lot of input. I want to thank Julie and Maria, and also the folks from Lionakis. They've been incredibly responsive to all of our concerns, requests. We understand that they're not going to be able to accommodate everything, but they are down to earth. At the community meeting, we had great conversations, great input, and so again, the process has been smooth, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Okay, board, do we have a motion associated with this agenda item?
I would be thrilled to move item 6, the conceptual design development update for McManus Elementary School, especially since it's anticipated to take a year.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion from Dr. Kaiser, a second from Member Dalby. Any further discussion, board? Mr. Landau, any further? No, you're shaking your head. No, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous. Okay, moving on. Oh my gosh, the beams again. Yes, we've been dealing with this for a while. Julie, could you do the presentation, please, on the beam repairs at various school sites?
Absolutely. We currently have a lease-back contract with United Building Contractors, and they performed on a portion of that contract last year at Chico Junior High, multi-purpose room and library room. And we now have the repairs at Chapman, Rosedale, and Sierra View to perform. For those of board members who are not familiar with the beam repairs, all 5 of these rooms have the same design. So there are arched, blue laminated wood beams that kind of look like wood bones that hold up the structure. And we recognized or realized that there was some delamination occurring in those wood beams. A few years back, we brought on a structural engineer immediately to review the lamination and make sure that we didn't have an immediate safety risk, which we did not. However, we have been observing them since then, and we had a design developed to repair the beams, and the repair looks sort of like braces that you might put on your teeth. So it's channel that's being applied to the wooden beams that will take over the structural integrity of the building. And tonight, I'm asking you to approve an amendment to the lease-back agreement with United Building Contractors in the amount of $1,033,255.
Thank you. Board, any clarification questions? Okay, is there any public comment indicated?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Board, do we have any motions associated with this agenda item? Dr. Kaiser?
Having seen these beams as
Yeah.
they delaminate, I eagerly recommend that we update our beam repairs to include Sierra View, Rosedale, and Chapman.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Is there a second to that motion? I'll second that motion. Thank you. Do we have any further discussion?
I just have a question, sorry.
Yes.
I don't know if I cut you off. These beams, this problem that's occurring, I'm assuming that this is something that we're all new construction is not gonna have this issue in the future, right? And this will be a long-term solution, okay. So, okay, it seems really interesting that it's a recurring problem at this point, but it's just from old construction.
Yeah, 70 years old.
Ms.
Yes,
Kissel, could
These
you
schools were all
respond?
built around the same time in 1950.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all.
Correct. There are schools all across the state of California that have this type of construction. It was the top-notch thing at the time. We do not have any other buildings in Chico Unified that have this type of construction, so we are tackling all of them right now. And this fix is meant to last until the buildings are torn down, years and years and years from now.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Julie.
You bet.
Thank you. Board, are we ready for a vote? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Yes, thank you, Mr. Landau. I did hear that. It's unanimous. Okay, Ms. Kissel, again, the Charter School Measure K projects requests.
Thank you. Our Measure K Charter School Facilities Committee have been active again, and they have recommended 3 projects to be brought forward to this board this evening. They are furniture and equipment for Chico Country Days, new space that they recently finished construction in the amount of $125,000. Forest Ranch would like to recarpet 5 classrooms in the amount of $15,108. And Sherwood Montessori School, we're currently under construction on their privately owned parcel adjacent to Chapman, bringing in another relocatable building for their use. And they need some furniture and equipment for that relocatable, as well as their room and kitchen, in the amount of $20,000. So we're asking for board approval on the expenditure of the Measure K Charter School dollars on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kissel. Any questions from board members? Any public comment indicated?
Public comments on this item?
Thank you. Are there any motions associated with this agenda item?
I'll move to approve item 2.8, 9.2.8.
I have a motion from Board Member Dalby and a second by Dr. Kaiser. Any further discussion, Board? Okay, thank you. We'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're a little disjointed, but we got them all in. Thank you, Board. That was unanimous. Okay. Yeah, I know.
With permission from the
It's a
board.
different human, I'm sorry, we have one issue still remaining. We have tried several times to reach Jessica Montgomery. Let's try one more time, Mr. Shepherd.
Okay, I'll be calling Jessica Montgomery.
No response?
Mailbox is still full.
All right, well, we've now tried 3 times, so I think we've really tried to reach out.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Okay, under Human Resources, discussion action declaration of a need for fully qualified teacher, Mr. Hanlon.
Okay, thank you. So each year I bring to you a declaration of need that we need to submit to CTC, which is the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, when we have a teacher that's not fully credentialed. This year we have a larger number than normal. Typically, I bring them forward to you for internships when we have a new teacher, typically in special education, that is working on their credential and we can't find another replacement. But we have hired over 3 times the number of teachers this year that we normally do in a typical year because of the ESSER dollars, reduction in class sizes, and the 8-period day at Chico High School. And we're not the only ones. Every district in the state is hiring extra teachers for the same reasons. So there's a limited number of folks out there. So we're kind of stretching it here. This year we have 13 staff members that we need to file emergency credentials or limited assignment permits on, and we need board approval in order to do that before we can submit the declaration of need to the CTC.
Thank you. Any clarification from board members? Any public comment indicated?
No public comment.
Thank you. Board, do we have a motion associated with this agenda item?
I will move, oh, you want to move it?
I'd like to, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to move this item, please.
Second.
Thank you. A motion from Mr. Tennis and a second from Dr. Kaiser. I see no other indication of need for discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Landau. We do recognize your vote. Okay. Discussion action, resolution number 1540-21, elimination of classified services and ordering layoffs. Mr. Hanlon.
Okay, and this is something we bring to you intermittently. We have a number of positions that we're eliminating for different reasons. They just could be not needed by the school site. For example, instructional paraprofessionals are often assigned to specific students, and if they move out of the school or something like that, they're no longer needed. None of these positions are currently have people in them, so we're not actually laying off anyone. So we try to always time it where folks are no longer in that position and there's no harm to individuals. So and we have had conversations with the union on these, as always. So they're in agreement, and again, no layoffs.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Has there been any public comment requests?
There is no public comment.
No comment. Board, do we have any motions associated with this agenda item?
I'd like to move this item.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Tennis, a second from Dr. Kaiser. I see no indications of request for additional discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Board. It's unanimous. Mr. Landau, I did not hear you. Did you vote in the affirmative? Aye. Thank you. Okay, discussion action again on resolution 1541-21, eliminating classified service. Mr. Hanlon.
So this is similar to the previous item, only that these positions are not CSEA positions, so they're not part of the association. These are parent-restricted aides. Parent-restricted aides are, a parent can only occupy that position while they have a child in that school. Again, none of these positions are occupied. As a matter of fact, I think nearly all of our parent aides resigned during COVID because they weren't needed. So this is cleanup.
Thank you. Board, do I have any motions associated with this agenda item?
I'd like to move this item.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Tennis, second from Dr. Kaiser. See no further discussion requests indicated. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I did hear you, Mr. Landau, thank you. Just to confirm, I did not ask for public comment, but there were no public comment. Okay, thank you. Okay, request to move the August regular Board of Education meeting from August 18th to 25th.
This is a request from staff to move the August 18th meeting, which is the first Wednesday of the school year, to the following week. In a typical year, we would be able to give an update as to student enrollment and staffing, but with the addition of so many new staff members, and the key point is we really want to be able to be firm in our enrollment number. We saw a decline in enrollment last year. We are hopeful that that decline was due to the COVID environment and the impact it had on our TK, K, and early grades enrollment. So in order to really track down and make sure that we can confirm and drop students that don't show, make sure that we have our enrollment at each school site confirmed, we're requesting to move that to the 25th.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Do we have any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Do I have a motion associated with this agenda item?
I'll move. I'll second.
Thank you. Member Dalby moves approval. Dr. Kaiser seconded. See no requests for additional discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Landau. That is unanimous. Okay, the next item is a community member request from North State Shelter Team to, and they presented a proposal for a safe spot community at the Henshaw Farm site. In a way of introducing this discussion, it is an informational only item because it was submitted and is within the scope of responsibility of the district. It is properly brought to us tonight. I believe that the person submitting this, Charles, there you are. If you could step forward and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much, board members, for this opportunity. My name is Charles Withune. I have worked in Chico since 1972, established and operated a business for businesses in Chico for over 40 years that employs several people in Chico to this day. I am the parent of a Chico High valedictorian and a former Chico High sports booster. I would not be here tonight, but one estimate, there is well over 100 homeless students in the Chico Unified School District. Another estimate is around 200 students homeless in Chico Unified School District. In all of the 90s, or the 80s, and the 70s, in my history of working in Chico, reading the newspaper and trying to pay attention, I never heard of hundreds of Chico Unified School District students homeless. This is a relatively new phenomenon. Chronic absenteeism among homeless students is about double that of the students in general. The director of California Coalition for Youth said that the actual count of homeless students is irrelevant. All the numbers are far too high. Just a couple of months ago, in April, in Hayward, a nonprofit confirmed plans working with the Hayward Unified School District to install 9 portable youth shelter buildings on a portion of Hayward Unified School District property. If you saw the Nation magazine, January of this year, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Dale Maharidge had the cover story article. And according to his research, between 4 to 5 million California residents are at risk of eviction this year. That's 12% of the entire California population at risk of eviction this year. There is a likelihood that our shelter crisis will get worse. We may not be at the end of this. We may be at the beginning. And if the board is not ready tonight to move forward with our proposal to follow the successful examples in Oregon, to agendize declaring a shelter crisis and start a safe spot community, then alternatively, our group requests that we at least continue this conversation. The Butte County supervisors say that we have a shelter crisis, and it could get worse. Alternatively, North State Shelter Team requests tonight that a report on Chico Unified School District homeless students be on every Board of Education agenda until some action is taken or the issue is resolved. And further, we request that the board direct staff to meet with North State Shelter Team representatives to review options and plans to see if one is appropriate to our circumstances at some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. And Charles, just as an aside, thank you for the work you're doing to getting the Everhart Village project about halfway done.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Baltima, I did ask for some legal advice on what this kind of an action would mean for us. Could you give us just a brief overview of the response from our council?
Yes, we were just provided kind of an outline of challenges or concerns that the board would want to consider if you were to go down this road. First one is the impact to the California Department of Education approval of the site for a school. We actually have to have soil sampling, and there's a process that we have to go through California Department of Education. Any deviation of use from what currently is being done or through educational programs may be challenging. The program, our ag program at Chico High School currently uses the site. I actually drove by there this evening before coming here, and it's actually fully being used. So there's nothing really on that location currently that's not part of the ag program as we know it right now. CEQA may be generated. We may have to go through a few additional steps if we were to use that site for something other than an educational facility related to CEQA. We still think costs. I think Mr. Withune in his proposal has talked about providing quite a few services related to it, but we still believe the district would have additional costs to monitor, maintain, review that school site itself, or that location itself. One concern would be the ability to remove any occupants that once they are there, maybe some challenge of getting them to move off the site when that time came. It is noted that there are other public partners in the community versus the district's focus on education. And then the last one is related to liability insurance, although through a lease we could possibly transfer liability to an outside organization. The requirement that we would place on that liability insurance would be pretty substantial about just the amount of coverage and the ability to get it. So that's, again, some challenges that we would have to work through. And for the board to consider if this was to be agendized going forward.
If I may, our request is to continue the conversation and to look at all possible sites and plans. For example, the Chico Unified School District owns a large service yard where so many buses are parked.
Charles?
They could be parked elsewhere, and that would be,
Charles?
land could be reliberated.
And
it's not a school.
Our focus tonight is this one request and one issue, and so I'm going to limit our comments and discussion to that one item. But
Pardon
thank
me.
you. I do understand we have 5 requests for input on this item.
Yes, we do. Comments from the public?
We do. We have Tangi Johnson, is indicated to be an in-person. Tangi Johnson.
She couldn't make it.
Thank you. Next one is Jojo Smith, in person.
She could not make it either.
Thank you. And the last in person is Angie Taylor, and then we have a phone call. Angie Taylor, in person.
She's not here.
Thank you. So I will call Dr. Robert Bauman. Good evening, Dr. Bauman. This is John Shepard attempting to reach you from the Chico Unified School District. Thank you. Voicemail.
I would like to mention that I believe all board members received a lengthy communication from Dr. Bauman regarding this issue, and I know that I did read it. Would assume that the other board members have also seen it. On this issue, Ms. Staley, I know that we have a program fully funded to keep very close track on our unhoused students. At the end of the year last year, can you give us a count on what we were able to verify as unhoused for Chico Unified?
Yeah, as of June 3rd, we had 3 unhoused homeless students.
And we don't know now because we haven't been back in session, so our targeted case managers are the ones that usually handle this, and we do have another staff person that is our liaison with our homeless
Yes, we have a
students.
full-time homeless liaison that is working with our school sites, as well as the targeted case managers do outreach to identify and support any homeless students.
Okay. And that was just for the public's sake as well as everyone else, that this is a problem that we do recognize. The statistics on the impact of homelessness on our students, we're all very aware of, and we are making a considerate effort to do what we can within our educational frameworks to help with the problem.
President Robinson, did I ask a question? Or ask
Yes,
some
Ms. Dalby.
clarification questions? So I saw an email to us to answer that question earlier, that it was specified that those numbers that you just shared were of the unsheltered, houseless, or homeless students. And so we have different
Yes.
categories, right, of our homeless population. And so those were the shelterless students, which is a particular distinction from students who are living in situations that aren't necessarily a permanent home type situation. And so do we have the number on hand of students who are in an unstable housing situation that's not unsheltered but is still categorized as homeless?
I think Ted Sullivan can help us out with that number.
Students that fall under McKinney-Vento that are, we call it doubled up, kind of like you said, in unstable living situations. There's about 500 students, give or take, that kind of fell into that category.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And A follow-up question that I had also is when we're discussing those particular numbers, those are only students in our district that are enrolled in our district, correct? It's not counting minor children who might not be enrolled in our schools, but maybe living unsheltered or homeless within our school district boundaries, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't know those numbers. I think I asked about that a few months ago, and we didn't really know if there was even a way to obtain those numbers. Have we attempted to obtain those numbers?
Yes, we did call the county office and who tracks that number for us, and the last numbers I believe that they had was 2018 and 19 at the beginning of the fire, and they do not have the numbers for each individual school. They have numbers for each thing. We can get our district, but we cannot get the county numbers from them.
Okay. I think that it's probably important to somehow figure out how to source that information, because as a governing board, we do have, you know, a duty to our district boundary and the potential students that would possibly be CUSD students, whether or not they're enrolled in our schools, just to be able to track that particular issue, and if there's a service that we might be able to provide to be able to support minor children who are living in an unstable housing situation, if there's any way that we can provide services or partner with service providers in order to allow those children, even if they're under school age, because those are possibly our future students, the stability of a home or a stable shelter situation. So I guess that my questions are just kind of to highlight the fact that when we say 2 or 3, that's 2 or 3 too many. For one, you know, we have two or three shelterless students at this time that are CUSD enrolled students. However, that number could be bigger if we were to capture the actual number of minor children living within school district boundaries, which goes all the way up to Forest Ranch and all the way out to Nord, and you know, is a quite large range. It reaches beyond the city of Chico city limits. So just I think for this conversation and with the anticipation of there probably being some evictions with some instability with economy and, you know, what's happening with backlogging of being able to pay rent and those types of things, the housing situation where we don't have enough low-income housing on deck for, you know, young families who maybe not be a high enough income for what housing is available. Just it's a compounding issue that maybe we should consider being prepared in intervening to become a source for that support for students or for children who would be potential CUSD students. So anyway, those were my thoughts on those numbers.
Mr. Sullivan, are you still available?
I am, and I would say, you know, when our target case managers, when our target case managers are working with our currently enrolled CUSD families, often is the case that there's other younger siblings that are involved that may be falling into what Board Member Dalby's talking about. And when they're working with them, they're working with the whole family to try to make sure services are flowing towards them and kind of meeting their needs as well.
Thanks for clarifying that. And there was one last question that I had that kind of got brought up with the words providing services and when we have our outreach, but what is the extent of the services that we do currently provide? I mean, I know that there's outreach, but how far does that go for our students and providing support for them?
I would say it's really on a case-by-case basis. I've seen everything from helping transport, you know, personally in cars, providing transportation, gas cards, food, clothing, helping with Section 8 housing applications, kind of a range, really. It really is very nuanced and personalized as far as what the family is looking for or needing help with.
Mm-hmm. But it hasn't gone as far as making that last step connection to actually providing a source of housing, which isn't necessarily our charge. I'm just clarifying that.
I mean, short of helping with like Section 8 applications, or actually we've had families that have helped, we've had TCMs and other staff that have helped them get a secure housing, not necessarily Section 8 before, and actually helped with move-in processes and those kinds of things as well.
Okay, so this type of service is within the realm or within the scope of what we would maybe consider to help these children have more secure housing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's typical with the move-in kind of help, but it does happen. I mean, our TCMs and our school staff are very responsive, trying to make sure things are working well for these families.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, do we still have a relationship with School Ties through Butte County Office of Education? That's the arm that deals with our unhoused students. And is there still a position with Butte County Office of Education that we're working with?
Megan Malloy does it a lot, and I was actually just at a meeting over at the Esplanade House last Friday with Megan Malloy. So Megan's very active and participating with lots of different support structures throughout the county right now.
Do you know if our targeted case managers are schooled on using the 211 and the HMIS program to get them on the lists for housing? Is that part of our process?
We have Megan come over at least once a year and meet and check in at, during when our target case manager staff meeting time and kind of talk about different things that are happening. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we know the wait time on those lists? I mean,
I'm sorry?
how long are those lists for housing that some of these families are on waiting?
I can share, just having been at the Esplanade House last week, they talked about a 6-month to a 12-month wait list to get into the initial phase of Esplanade House housing.
Yeah. There isn't anything out there. There's no housing. And one of the good things is through 211 and the HMIS system, there's priorities. When you call and get ranked, if you are unhoused and a minor or someone in ill health, you get a score that moves you to the top of the list or closer to the top. So if housing becomes available, they target the most critical needs, but it's not a good situation. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Landau, yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if this is a question for Mr. Sullivan or for Ms. Marchand. Do we track those 500 McKinney-Vento students who are mostly doubled up or in unstable housing and not actually unsheltered? Do we have any kind of data or the ability to gather how they move? Do they stay doubled up in the same place for a long period of time? I'm trying to get an idea of how unstable are these kids and what kind of, if we needed like safety net numbers, what kind of numbers would we be looking at in terms of the most unstable kids and how many might we be seeing in the future as the housing market deteriorates, frankly worse?
I'm not sure I exactly understand your question, but I'm sorry.
Number of kids as they change residences.
Like how many during a year change residence?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know that number off the top of my head. That's a good question. We can certainly look at that, though. They're in Aries, so we in our data system we can certainly track that and kind of come up with those numbers, though, for you. So.
Mr. Karras, you have
Yeah, just to add on to Ted's answer, we currently house only current status data in Aries, and we have program start and end dates for overall homeless status, but we could not tell you at this point, and I'm not even sure if it's a possibility given the Aries data structure for us to track how long a kid is doubled up and then maybe unsheltered and then back to doubled up. I think that's what Mr. Lando's asking. We do not have that ability.
However, I will say that we just hired a new homeless coordinator who will have this as an emphasis working with our targeted case managers. And our targeted case managers are the ones that are working directly with our families and know the kids and the families best. So, if there is data that, such as what you're asking, doubled up, can we know how often they're changing? I mean, that can be information that we ask them to track through their input system. It probably isn't gonna work in areas. It may have to be a different method of tracking.
Yeah, she'll be doing a spreadsheet on when we're tracking the families and what we're doing, just like we did with the hotspots this year. When we handed over the 400 hotspots, we were able to figure out what families needed them. Also, I want to let you know, it's not just doubled up. If a family's living in a trailer, in a park, in a removable trailer, that is also considered homeless. And so, again, or ones that are living in shelters or doubled up. But we're one of the few districts that have target case managers on every one of our campuses, plus a homeless and foster liaison. I'm really proud of the work that they do and to continue to track with them. Our new person we've had had a lot of experience of this in Orland, but she'll be working with all the different agencies and working with these families to make sure that they know what's out there and what's available for them for their support. So we're pretty excited, and the work that we've done in the past with our target case manager has been pretty amazing. And again, we want to continue to do everything we can for these families. I want to say that we do have things in place, and we'll continue to work on improving that.
And we do have some possibility of some rent subsidy increases from the state that might help some of our families too. Any further discussion, Mr. Landau? Anyone? Okay, thank you, board. Next, items from the floor.
President Robinson, we were able to secure another phone number for Jessica Montgomery. She was able to get that to us, so shall I give her a call?
Okay, let's give it a try.
This is Jessica Montgomery. Hello, Jessica. Hey, I'm glad we got a hold of you. Okay, I'm going to put you on speaker. If you hear a bell, it means you have about 30 seconds left, okay? All right. Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, thank you, first of all, for letting me speak and being very gracious with your time. I'll get right into it. On March 18th, 2021, the California School Board of Education, not the state, not the feds, and certainly not the parents, voted to adopt critical race theory curriculum into our public education system. I'd like to first start out by saying it was very clearly stated that the passing of this curriculum meant it was passing the baton to local districts. This means you all sitting on the board currently have the power to opt in or out, and it is not mandatory that it be implemented. The public should have time to vote on whether or not this is what we want in CUSD, rather than a board currently facing a recall making those decisions for us. Only recently was information regarding the equity program shared at a meeting, and it would have been helpful to know which schools and which teachers opted to participate in such curriculum. When were these students being interviewed? Did they have permission from the parents? Why are they being encouraged to look at other students for racial narratives of a specific desired outcome? After speaking with Principal McKay today, I can deduce he's a very reasonable man with good intentions. Unfortunately, that cannot be said for everyone in the position of authority at California public education system. In the past year, our children have been kept out of schools, forced to mask, been drugged into political activism of other parents, and to no fault of their own, struggled academically to achieve what other states accomplished, and that was an equal opportunity to education that this board seeks to limit. Under no court jurisdiction would this curriculum survive, as it hinges on active racial discrimination, group-based rights, race-based redistribution of wealth, and omnipotent bureaucratic authority. It can be assured this will end up in court, if it has not already, as it infringes on the rights of other students, and it is discriminatory in practice. This is a public education system, not a hotbed to train angry activists and mold the minds of our children. To those parents that want to scream at parents like myself about why you feel your ideology is somehow superior to the Constitution, I ask you this: what if the roles were reversed? What if we were starting to train our children to be more vocal on campus about our ideologies? What if we brought heterosexual pride day to your schools? What if instead of encouraging our children to wear rainbows to school to prove their tolerance, we encouraged our children to put on the full armor of God and tell their fellow students there's a distinct difference between boys and girls, that marriage and family does matter,
and had them don red Make Schools Great Again hats, what then? It has to be equal for everyone, or it's fair to no one. I'd like to go on record and say I do not support CRT. Efficiency and effectiveness of said curriculum matters when we're discussing problem solving here. Will it be efficient? Will it be effective at solving said racial issues? The answer is no. And the last thing I have to say to this board is to unmask our children. Thank you.
Okay, item number 11, board member requests to agendize items. Mr. Tennis?
We received an email from a board member of Durham Unified named David Loudermilk a few days ago, relating to the guidelines that are out there for masking. He thinks that we should write a letter to the powers that be on the state level, I guess, or the county level, advocating that kids not have to wear masks come fall, which I agree with that. Should I read his letter into the record right now, or just summarize it?
We've all received it.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so I'd like to propose that we maybe have staff maybe predict, based on any comments that people might have, what our opinion is about whether kids should be wearing masks in the fall, or even this summer for the remaining summer programs. I would like to see masks gone, actually, for the kids during summer school. My kids are in summer school. But maybe we can have a brief discussion here, and then staff can read those tea leaves and draft something for us maybe to vote on, I guess, maybe as early as our next meeting.
So what is your proposal specifically?
My proposal is that staff draft a letter from this board asking the state to allow students to unmask, unvaccinated students, let's say under the age of.
So it would be a letter similar to the one that we received from Mr.
Thank you. Loudermilk, David Loudermilk, which I love that last name.
That is then signed by the board and sent to our state government.
Yes.
So we would agendize whether or not, if we drafted it, we would agendize whether or not the board would choose to send that letter.
Yes.
Now, maybe, I would add this caveat of, if anybody has anything to say about it, maybe go ahead and say it, and then staff could maybe tweak the draft based on.
That would be out of order. What we're voting on right now is whether or not to put the issue of dealing with this on a future board agenda. We can't act to give direction.
To draft.
Right.
You could not direct that. Yeah, no, I get that. Okay. Well, I'll take whatever I can get in this regard. So I would ask for, support in this motion to put this item on the agenda for our next meeting.
I'm gonna second this, because I think that it's worth a conversation, worth a discussion. And I don't know that next week is our next meeting. I don't know that that's fast enough. Turnaround time seems pretty tight. But I'll second your motion to agendize this as an item.
So you're seconding the motion to put it on a future agenda to consider it? Okay. Any further discussion? Let me think about what I want to. The report from Superintendent Staley that we were expecting in about a week and a half, the decision from the state on this issue, am I correct that that's where we are?
We are hoping to have further guidance within the next 7 to 10 days regarding masking for K-12 schools.
Okay. Our next board meeting is the July 21st. If the context of next week isn't able to be completed by staff, that's That's what I thought,
Well,
yeah.
if the expectation is to take the existing letter and put it into Chico Unified terms, we can do that.
Yeah.
If
Oh.
the expectation is to draft our own, then it's,
Okay.
let me,
Why don't I run that up the flagpole with my colleagues? I move,
No, you made the motion, it got seconded. So all we're talking about is it feasible to happen in that 1 week time?
it is not, because the agenda gets posted tomorrow for.
That's what I
next
meant.
Wednesday.
I was
Yeah,
like, okay.
but
As
you,
I was getting, hit upside the head right behind me.
but you were saying if I phrase it such that we could just, I
certainly
propose
can
we
have it by
discuss
the July.
replicating or utilizing the draft that has already been provided. I would, tell me how the, the Rosenberg's rules would work here, but, can I bring another item? I'll bring that one, and then I'll bring another one in a minute, suggesting we just use the draft that we have.
So the issue is going to be is that the items for this agenda were due on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
So that,
Okay.
and, if we could just hand it over right now, which obviously we can't, we have to put our own data into it.
Yeah.
Erica could probably make it work, but it has to be rewritten if it's gonna follow the Durham format, using our own data. But we certainly can do that in time for the July meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
July 21st.
Any further discussion? Are we all clear on what we're voting on, Ms. Dalby?
I do have just a point of clarification, that if guidance comes out in the next 7 to 10 days that we can unmask our kids, we're certainly going to continue following the California Department of Health guidelines, right? Because that's what we've been doing. So we don't have to wait till the July meeting to unmask our kids if, California says, let them out. Right? Just making sure that we're clear on that. Okay.
Yeah, it's easy to take something off of an agenda.
And just to clarify, this is not, this letter is not saying that Chico Unified would do anything. The letter from Durham was encouraging our state legislature.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready for a vote? We have a motion and a second. Let's call for, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Mr. Landau, I did not hear your
I did,
response.
said aye.
Okay, I'm going to vote no, and the reason for my no vote is, again, the substance of the letter from Durham, in other words, is we have no actual weight other than to encourage legislative action, which, because of the way the legislature is in, in the process of acting, it couldn't happen before school started anyway. So I'm voting no.
It could encourage regulatory action.
I'm sorry.
It could encourage regulatory action, which this is a regulations we're waiting for, not legislation.
And I think we'll be able to discuss it when it comes up in the
Yes.
July item.
We'll discuss it when it comes up, because I'm a 1 no vote. We got 4 yes votes, so it will be back to be discussed. And I may have more information that changes my mind by then. Okay, the motion carried at a 4-1 vote with 1 no, and mine was the no vote. Okay, thank you, board. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Or, yeah, a second. Do we have any other, let's go back to, do we have any other requests to agendize items?
I do. I'd like to move to direct staff to continue the conversation with shelter support organizations and connected with our homeless liaison to explore the need for COSD to possibly intervene further on our minor homeless, minor children shelterless and homeless situation here in Chico Unified. Can you read that back to us, Erica? I have no idea how I just worded that. I know what I said, but I don't think I could repeat it.
Okay, Erica, did you get the motion?
I'd like to hear it again, actually.
Yeah.
I have Board Member Dalby moved to direct staff to continue the conversation with the homeless liaison to explore the need for COC to further intercede in the minor, unsheltered homeless people and how to help them.
I did include local service providers in that as well. So to continue the conversation with local service providers and our homeless liaison to explore the need for further intervention from CUSD with our unsheltered minor children.
As part of the discussion, I'm going to ask, are you not aware that this is already going on? In what I'm aware of, in what Mr. Sullivan and
I'm talking about housing children and being more active in making sure that our kids in this community, not just CUSD students, have a place to lay their head that is more stable than what they're experiencing now. I don't think we're currently doing that, and all I'm asking is that we probe that a little bit more, utilizing our homeless liaison and outreach to various service providers in the community. I'm not saying to use a certain property or anything like that, and everybody could just not second it. But
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing your dialogue. If you could, can you speak up? But I'm still not clear on exactly what it is you're asking that we're not already doing.
we're not talking about how to provide shelter for students or minor kids who are not necessarily CUSD students. So we stop short at who's enrolled in our district, and we stop short at helping them apply, but not taking that next step with them and getting them actually into housing.
What would you do beyond helping apply?
Oh, go ahead. What?
First of all, we're having a discussion before the second.
Yeah.
Secondly, we seem to be already getting into the discussion of the.
Right.
Thank you, Tom.
Don't know whether to have the debate on the next, after it's agendas. And for the record, I'd like to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lando. Is there a second?
He just seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Hi.
The motion fails. Okay, any further requests to agendize? Do we have we've had a preemptive motion to adjourn? Any objections? A second, we're adjourned. All right. I'm just going to declare it. Good night, Kathy.
Good night.